Hello! Hello. Interesting. Interesting. There's definitely a problem going on my end, but I don't think it should affect any of you. I don't think it should be affecting any of you. That appears to be extremely on my end. Appears to be extremely on my end. But yes. How are folks? I am Almantas, and I am fine. Let me just finish this. There we go. You're tipsy. Maybe I'll join you, birds. Maybe I'll join you. Definitely having a little bit of trouble deciding what I'm supposed to be doing at... I know what I'm doing tonight. You are correct, Theo. You are correct, and I forget how to change that. You are fully correct, though. You are fully freaking correct. I don't remember how to change that, though, so I might do that tonight. Conserve ammo by not missing me. So fair. Alright, hold on. Actually, no, I figured it out. That was pretty fast. That was pretty fast. But I still have to do it. And that's a pretty outdated schedule. It was like multiple weeks outdated. I'm going to do this right now. I probably will not have an old-fashioned, but I might have a beer. I don't feel like making an old-fashioned. That is substantially more effort than I am liable to do. But having a beer, I could have a beer. I could do a beer. Okay, we're updating. We are updating. Yes. I had a very traveliferous weekend. And that's a horrible fake word. That's a dreadful one. I should be hung and shot for that one. That is not a reasonable one. That's awful. I spent a lot of time traveling, and I'm definitely doing better than I was yesterday, but overall pretty high level of mental exhaustion. Alright. Saving. Okay, there we go. Oh, I do love the cherries. That should be disappeared by now. That was almost certainly Fugi responding to me not being logged into Discord, but it should be gone by now. The little white loading icon. But yes. Thank you for the watch streak, Huggertree. Thank you for the watch streak. That is quite a watch streak. That is quite a healthy watch streak. Yes, today is calligraphy. I know that I owe birthday message to... I know that we have a birthday boy, in Neanomancer. Still there. Hold on a second. It's not on my end. That is strange. I'm not seeing it on... Oh, wait, no, that's alerts. Oh, I hate when this happens. I'm sorry, I hate when this happens. Yeah, alerts are broken. I hate when that happens. I genuinely have no idea what to do about that. Flat out, when alerts are broken, I just have no idea what I'm even supposed to attempt to do about that. Other than pray that it randomly starts working for no good reason again. Let's try refreshing the cache. Maybe that'll do it. Maybe that'll do it. But yeah, okay. Well, okay. Well, we're back. We're back. Thank you, Theo. Thank you, Theo, for the technical. That was a little fairy flying around the room. You are tipsy. You are tipsy, my friend. But yes. What is there to say? What is there to say? Oh. Yes, today is going to be a calligraphy day. We have 3 people, bare minimum, who are going to get, yeah, if anybody wants some maraschino cherries, ask Ring of Birds. She's apparently drowning in maraschino cherries. I like those maraschino cherries. I will say I do prefer Manhattan's to Old Fashions, which I think is supposed to be emasculating in some way. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! We a biscuits. Oh my goodness! Holy crap! Good gravy, we a biscuits. Good gravy. 25. I definitely misunderstood what I was reading there for a moment. I thought it was that you had gifted 25 in total, but 25 today. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the gift sub. I don't recognize everybody in here, but I do recognize Dozing Clips and Gorian Wasanar and Real Evil Steve and Kit Creates and Dr. Hidaka, of course, and Kitty Cat Nomad and Dare Nunu, and I think those are the ones I can recognize. There might be some other ones in there. That is impressive. That is impressive, Weebiscuit. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. These gift subs are what keep me alive, right? They keep me active. They keep me on stream. They allow me to continue streaming. It's highly valuable to me. It makes a lot, it's a strong vote of confidence that I am doing something right here as a streamer, and it's a strong vote that people want to keep me on the air, and it's a strong vote to my landlord to allow me to not be homeless. I massively appreciate it. I extremely appreciate it. It keeps me alive. Thank you so much, Weebiscuit. Very kind of you. Let me say the hellos here. There's definitely a problem with my chat on my end, so I need to be a little bit goofy about this. Hello, Theo, and yes, you were first this time. Hello, Seribots. Hello, Ring of Birds. Hello, Gringotts Underwriter. Hello, Hope Hugatree Be a Target. Hello, Flicker. Hello, Gamma. And thank you for bringing food. And hello to Golf Alpha Yankee. And hello. I believe I said Gringotts Underwriter. And hello, Dare Nunu. And hello, Anonymous. Hello, Anonymous. Thank you all for the gift subs. Thank you. Well, not for the gift subs. Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub. To welcome back, but also hello to the lurkers and the VOD watchers. You all help make this possible and keep me alive on this here stream. It is highly valuable to me. It is highly valuable to me that you continue, that I have an audience that seems to appreciate what I do. I appreciate even lurks, but I do also really appreciate just, some nice words. Weebiscuit, I would not say my landlord is particularly nice. I would say that my landlord is benignly negligent, is what I would say. I would say that it is benign neglect that I experience from my landlord. Lightly boiled with salt for a few minutes, pop them on a baking tray, drown them in oil and seasoning, and toasted at 375. Yeah. Can I say fuck your landlord? Of course. There's no reason to be nice about landlords, as a rule. as a rule. Hello, Emo Biscuit. Hello, Emo Biscuit. And I will say, Theo, that I am almost the opposite on this one, which is I kind of like the alcohol preference machismo, but that is almost entirely because the alcohol preference machismo is extremely favorable to me. That is extremely favorable to me. I look great under alcohol taste machismo, and I have no preferences about coffee at all. I simply prefer to not have coffee. And hello, Kit Creates PNG. Thank you for stopping by. It's very kind of you to give thanks to Wea Biscuits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I do love those lemony potatoes they serve at Greek restaurants. Yeah, yeah. A little bit of lemon. Honestly, like the number of vegetables I just go with a little bit of lemon. Ancestors. Ring of Biscuits is funny. Yes, present as in here. Yes, because it's like a classroom. Emo Biscuit. It's like a classroom. That's my lurk check. Redeem. Mango Bingsu. That sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. I had a very simple. I had a baked potato dinner. I had a very simple dinner. I had baked potato. Say anything because I fall asleep to this sometimes. That's very fair, Emo Biscuit. That is very fair. I do appreciate you even saying anything. But yeah, it's so that people can say hello without and be acknowledged without having to actually have anything to say. That's useful. That's useful. Yeah, I had a simple dinner. Today was a running day. Is there any purpose? Yes. So depending on the day, I will sometimes have a 99,999 point redeem available. I don't have it available most of the time because it does change the entire stream. It does change the entire stream if that one gets redeemed. So I don't tend to have it enabled very frequently. I need to be yeah, that one I need to be in a particular mood for it. For that one. It does totally change. Ad read is I talk about my calligraphy commissions. That's what that one is. I take that's your stockpile is unknown. My stockpile is infinity. And once a year, umeboshi onigiri is so common though. It's so common. What is with your Japanese place? That's such a common one. That used to be my stream snack. I used to make oh, it's not a bad one. Crab bomb or mayo crab? That's weird to me. I think of umeboshi onigiri as like the default one. I mean, admittedly, I'm thinking about in Japan. I think of it as the default one. Yeah, it's my Discord DMs. Yeah, Kit. That's my that's a joke about my Discord DMs. I like that one a lot. But yeah, I've often made that was my stream snack for a while, was that I would make umeboshi onigiri before stream. And you know, I would wrap them, and then I would pull them out over the course of stream and eat them. That was kind of my that was a fairly common one for me for a while. And then I got lazier, and I have gone over to Ritz crackers with peanut butter. First time in DC, apparently no one here likes it. That is brutal. Again, I think that's a really common one. I like it. I tend to find umeboshi a little bit harsh. One that I really liked when I was in Japan was umeboshi with shisho. That was really nice. That was a really nice traditional vegan. Well, it was a sushi. It was a sushi, but I thought that was really really nice. Umeboshi with shisho. And I don't know that you can even get shisho in America if you tried. That was like fairly common in Japan, but like I it was like quite cheap. Hello, Panda Hero. Hello, Panda Hero. We like to try it. I mean, the thing is, I will say this to Ring of Birds and to anybody else interested in this. I just mail ordered umeboshi online. Like you can just buy it on Amazon. It's not very expensive and it's very, very shelf stable. Because it's pickled, right? It's pickled. Hello, Chocolate. That's cute. That's cute. That's cute. Asking out to watch the 26 Silent Hill film. You know, but Ring of Birds, Robbie, you can make onigiri. You can make onigiri. You can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe that you can make onigiri. I believe that this is within your power. I believe in you. This is something that you can do. You can do it at home. It's possible. It's salty. I find it very acrid. Ring of Birds, you literally just made 2 old fashions. You literally just made 2 old fashions. Thank you, really, Evil Steve, for stopping by and saying thank you. It's very polite of you. I think that's I think that's very polite of you. Just On Cookbook is fantastic. Just On Cookbook is actually really good. Is actually really good. And thank you, Ring of Birds, for giving you hints about for thanking Panda for giving you hints about how to make onigiri. Yeah. Onigiri is pretty easy to make, but yeah, it's you cook some rice, you wait for it to cool down so that it's not too hot. You wet your hands and you mash it in your palms until it starts making a ball, and then you flatten it, and then you put in your fillings, and then you shape it, and then you fold it over so that your fillings are in the middle, and then you shape it to, whatever shape you want. And then... Oh, yeah, thank you. I did forget that. You're right, Emo Biscuit. Again, I haven't done this in a while, yeah. And I tended to not just salt my hands, I tended to also sesame my hands. I tended to also sesame my hands up. You want it shaped like a dragon? Well, good luck. Good luck. I believe you can do that if you so choose. If you want to. Yeah, I like to get a little bit of sesame on there as well, just for a little bit of texture and color. And then you fold it up, and then you wrap it with your seaweed, however you want to wrap it. I probably should have been more generous with my wrapping with the seaweed, because I tend to wrap it the way that you see in Western media, but I actually really like nori, and I would have been happier if I'd used more nori. Yeah, let me get my Sesame. Which is a great cat name. I don't have a cat, but Sesame is a great cat name. Just kind of, I don't know, I just was reminded of that very pointlessly. Yeah, I gotta get that nori. Gotta use that nori. Those nori is actually kind of expensive, so it makes sense that I'd be kind of sparing with it. But, I really like the taste of nori. If I'm making myself, I want to stray when I open it. So true. So true. So true. So true. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I tended to do the triangle shape just because it's what I'm used to. Doing the, like, I've done spheres occasionally, but it's kind of, like, harder to eat, so it's kind of goofy. I wonder if I should, like, develop some sort of, like, signature shape for onigiri that's, like, weird. I really liked in Komi-san Can't Communicate when the what do we call that? When they made onigiri and somebody made just perfect cubes. So they just made perfectly cubical onigiri. To be honest, the triangles I don't think are actually harder than spheres. Triangles are not particular. If you do like really sharp triangles, maybe they're hard. But the triangular shape is kind of just created by like folding your hand in a little bit. It's not like you don't really need to do anything particularly special. So you kind of like fold your hand in, like you kind of like you know, fold your hand in a little bit and then, you know, mash into the kind of divot that you make with your palm. And then you rotate, and you do that again, and you know you just rotate in 3 dimensions, in 3 directions, so that you are mashing on the flat edge. So you're hitting on the flat edge and then pushing into the triangle that you've created in your hand, the triangular cavity. So that's kind of how that works. That's kind of how that one works. Tetrahedral onigiri when. That would be kind of fun. That would be kind of fun. I think like the D10 would be kind of a good shape. Or actually the D8 shape. Yeah, like you said, the tetrahedron. So it's the best girl, right? So it's Ramiel, the best girl from Evangelion. It's so good, but the anaphylaxis isn't worth it. Yeah, I haven't had seafood in like 2 decades. Octahedron, thank you. Yeah, you're correct. The tetrahedron's just a pyramid. Yes. Oh, Emo Biscuit, that's an impressive skill. To minimize rice, that's interesting. That's an interesting one. Is it to minimize carbs in general? Is this like a diabetes thing? Or is there something in rice that I'm not thinking about? All filling onigiri. In a much worse manga, one of the funnier jokes in it was that a girl makes a whole crap load of no filling onigiri. Just rice. Just rice, nothing but rice. And I thought this was, I don't know, it was deeply funny to me. I did not like Prison School in general. I think Prison School sucked, bluntly. But I thought that was a very funny gag in there. Perhaps the only part of the comic I thought was particularly funny. Oh my goodness, that's horrible, Ring of Birds. That's horrendous. I feel like there's got to be some sort of, like, caveats on that, because I think that without protein, you just die from insufficient amino acids. Oh, so prison school also ripped it off. Okay, that's good to know. It's good to know that I have less credit to give to that one. A certain molecule found in protein. Okay. Because there's a lot of protein. There's a lot of different types of protein. Yeah. That's you've got to have some way to access the amino acids, or else you literally die. So there's probably some specific one. She can eat Thai food as long as she brings her own special rice and gets vegetarian. Whew. That's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. And yeah, prison school sucks. It's it's a kind of funny premise, and then it's just way too focused on the kink side of it, and like it's pretty gross kinks. They can only eat 9 foods and salts, and presumably water. That is terrible. That is terrible. I feel very badly for her. When she visited Europe, she brought an entire suitcase of food to eat for herself. I am still driven slightly insane by a guy who I know who's in India pretty frequently for business, and he hates Indian food, like, intensely, and just eats nothing but Fig Newtons whenever he's on travel. He just brings, like, an entire suitcase full of Fig Newtons. And, like, that's like, all he eats when he's in India, and I'm just like, this is madness. This is absolute madness. I don't know what this guy's problem is. I think this guy's crazy. I think this guy is crazy. I don't have a lot of respect. Yeah, eat the Indian food. She was thrilled when she added T as number 9. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. It's kind of funny because sometimes people act like I have a very restricted diet, and I just don't. I don't have that restricted of a diet. My diet's pretty open-ended. You need a lactate when you really want dairy. I see. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, just taking a big ol' sip right there. And hello, Alexandra Luna. Hello, Alexandra Luna. How you doing tonight? How are you doing tonight? How are you doing tonight? Lactate boys. I have no idea at this point in my life if I can have lactose. It is possible that I can, and it is possible I cannot. And I'm not in a rush to find out. I just finished a 6-day stretch at work. Excellent. Excellent. Sister has a sweatshirt that said almond milk and told her it was stolen valid. That rules. That rules, Ring of Birds. That rules. That's fantastic. she's not even an almond. Steal it from her. Steal her clothes. Steal her clothes. You know, just challenge her to a duel for it. Challenge her to a duel of the. So, stay at somebody else's place that's also downtown beforehand. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Maybe she's an ally? Reminding me of the meme from years ago that the A in LGBTQIA stands for ally. Happy Pride. Happy last day of Pride, folks. Lactose Intolerant should have its own Pride Month. Can you... God, the level of frustration that people would reasonably express if you were like, yeah, we're doing Lactose Intolerance Pride Month and not like Like we are the more important dietary restriction over actual allergies. Like not the seafood allergy folks, not the soy allergy folks. Nope, it's them. It's lactose pride. It's lactose intolerance pride. They would be so justifiably furious. Crohn's people foaming at the mouth. Yeah, start an absolute war between the people who are gluten intolerant and the people who actually have celiacs. I mean, I think this is an incredibly silly idea. Ring of Birds is a funny lady, so like I understood this as a joke. Like I parsed this as a joke pretty much the whole way through. So I was not like confused about that very much. Have a ball pit where the balls are lactate shade. Allergy month is in May. That is appropriate. That is appropriate. That is appropriate and correct, right? That is appropriate and correct. That allergy month is in fact May. Of all of the months. Oh, and it's peanut allergy has declined like radically in the last couple of decades, and I think it's fascinating. Like that's something that, well, they've definitely, like, I had somebody explain this to me once, so we figured out that there is like a process to preventing somebody from developing a peanut allergy. Apparently it's actually really important what order a person is exposed to peanuts in. Like, it does actually really matter. Like, and I can't remember what the order is. I can't remember what the rule was. It's like you need them to have either like exposure to their soft tissue or to their hard tissue first. Like if they get exposed to in one order, they will eating first causes it or prevents it. That's why I get confused. This is why I get turned around. I know this, like, it matters if they eat peanuts first or if they have peanuts on their skin first. Do not touch the baby with peanut butter on their skin. Gotcha. And yeah. So if you feed the baby peanuts, if you feed the baby the nut, if you nut the baby, they will not become allergic. I don't know if that's true, Emo Biscuit. We have to give like a lot of credit to pineapple. Pineapple is pretty impressive for how much it hates humans. Just like not successfully. Just not successfully. Like they are trying to kill you. The pineapple is trying to kill you. That is just true, but they're not succeeding at it. What is? Yeah, you eat the pineapple, it eats you. It's beautiful. It's like yin and yang. It's symbiotic. It's an Ouroboros. You and the pineapple. You and the pineapple are eating each other. Next drawing, pineapple Ouroboros. I know, right? Ring of Bears. Fiance hates it when you call your dog Daddy Baby. He's our baby and also an absent father. What if you called him Baby Daddy? I mean, Daddy Baby is pretty horrendous. Papa Baby. Papa Baby. Your cat was a teenage mom? Isn't being a teenage mom pretty old for cats? That feels pretty old for a cat. She didn't beat teenage pregnancy. No, she was a kid when she had kids. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. That's like, I was like, I feel like a cat being like 13 or 14 years old and having kittens is like, I suppose it's possible, but it does seem like pretty late in their life cycle. That said, like, I am kind of imposing like a human notion of like what is supposed to happen, right? I'm kind of imposing certain human notions here, which mostly just kind of amounts to like, as far as I know, humans are pretty rare in being a species that like stops being fertile when they get old. Like I think most species just kind of like are fertile until like their body can't handle it. Like they don't like just like end fertility while they're still healthy. Oh yeah, no, there's also the too young thing. Yes, I was not thinking about too young. I was thinking about too old. I was thinking about too old rather than too young. I was definitely thinking the other way around. Yeah, human fertility is really complicated. It's hard to ignore that, like, it's hard to ignore. It's so strange. It's so different from biologically evolved to is an interesting phrasing, right? Biologically evolved to is an interesting phrasing, right? Because so like in theory, right? In theory, a species isn't like born with a clock. They are born, they evolve to produce. It is just if it doesn't reproduce more quickly than it dies, it goes extinct. That's the actual evolutionary pressure, right? That is the only evolutionary pressure that actually matters is if you die too young to have kids, you don't get to continue as a species. And there's multiple different ways of dealing with this problem, and humans are pretty unusual in my understanding. I'm not a biologist. I really need to emphasize I'm not a biologist. What I understand about it is, but that's also not. But Theo, what I'm getting at is that's not design, right? The telomeres are a restriction, are a constraint that is accepted as part of the package deal. I am a sociologist, Ring of Birds, not a biologist, and biology is actually a pretty weak topic for me. Emo has hit on something that's important, which is that animals that have predators will tend towards larger litters, because that means that they can deal with more of their young dying from predators, and still survive. Oh no, you're drunk? That's fine, Ring of Birds, that's fine, Ring of Birds. I'm waiting to see if anybody decides that I should join you. If anybody thinks it is that I should also be drunk. Like medieval humans. Potato cat! Potato cat. Pow. How is Pow? How is Pow? How is Pow? I like Potato cat. She is singer. She is very talented singer of Indonesia. Decides, yes. Yes. Ring of potatoes, yes, yes. Oh. Wait, she is singing cat of Indonesia. We should all be grateful for her blessing us. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Blessing with a vaguely European rich old man, please. You need to post more thirst traps, Potato Cat. And also hello, Almantas. Oh yeah, Emo Biscuit. That's a my understanding of that is largely down to sleep revenge procrastination, where like if you're dissatisfied with the day, you feel like you need to stay up longer in order to like make up for it. That's my understanding of that. No, not the thirst traps. You can do it, Potato Cat. You can trap that thirst. Including right now. I know, right? I know, right? I'm gonna... I think it's about time for me to get started. I'm just gonna organize my desk a little bit. Okay. He's getting started. Hello, Kirill. Hello, Kirill. How are you doing tonight, dear? How are you doing tonight? We're going to be working with a C2. I feel like working with a C2. You're making a third drink? Excellent. Excellent, excellent. Kirill, I cannot express to you how much of a nightmare my workspace is right now. It is so rough. It is such rough stuff. Where the heck did I put... Where the heck did I put my paper? Where did I put my pad? She was having old fashions. Yes, she was having old fashions. I feel like an old-fashioned with Diet Coke is a different drink. That might just be me. Yeah, Kirill knows a lot about the beverage. Kirill knows many things about beverage. Consider it new fashion, which includes Baja Blast. Kirill knows how to be fancy. Kirill knows how to be fancy. Take inks down. And it's already too much. Oh no. Oh no. All right. Let's go over to the calligraphy zone. Oh, Emo Biscuit, have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. And if you're just going to sleep, sleep well. It bothers me that that the category is writing and reading, not reading and writing. You're making so many new best friends. You're a charming lady. Yep. Oh. Alrighty. Alrighty. Oh, ads are starting in 5 minutes. Yeah, it depends on your notion of an insult, I suppose. I don't think people should be too insulted by anything that I write. Oh, hey, what the hell? That's pretty good. The quick Brown Fox. Yep, that's what I'm going with first. Hello, Shark Ray. Hello, Shark Ray. Yes, yes. And let me before I go, I'm going to do something annoying. I'm going to do something annoying. That's what Kirill streams. Kirill streams over there. Mostly he talks about indie music and Obe painting. This is Kujaku. This is Kujaku. Sometimes the color correction of the makes it a little bit weird. Here's what's going on there. So it's more of a teal on my side, but somehow when it shows up in people's monitors, I guess it shows up as more straightforward blue. But welcome in, Obe painting. Cyan moment, yeah. Let's see how it looks without the light on, without the backlight, right? And I'll turn on a 4 lights. So yeah, I think it looks a little bit more teal with the backlight off and the 4 light on. Yes, yes, you can. You can. I did look at it. I did look at it, Theo. Everything looks in order. I was planning on using Chikurin. A third one. Oh, not the third one. Okay, I don't know the third one then. Then yeah, we can talk about that. Yeah, we'll see with the Chikurin. If I ever meet you in real life, I'm going to have the weirdest, dankest IP in one hand. That sounds awesome. I don't actually need to use the bathroom. I think I'll just work through the first ad break. Okay, we might I'm gonna try out the Chikurin right now. Okay. Yeah. Herons I've done before. I've not done curly braces in calligraphy before, but I can. I'm interested in trying. Let's break out the Chikurin. Hello, Diotiden. And don't worry about it, Ring of Birds. I am drinking enough water for the two of us. Yeah, this is Chikurin. Did not dry the nib enough. How are you doing, Chikurin? And yeah, Sharkray, I am a little bit confused about what's happening Friday. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I can ask for clarification on the server. Like, I know that my originally scheduled opponent Mix cannot make it. His schedule's just too busy this week. And I think Fate said they would do it, but then said that they might not be available. That's what I'm kind of confused on. Yes. Yes. Yes, I was going to do a 1v1 in of Infinity as a kind of demo game for the server because I really like the game and I'm trying to encourage more people to play it. If you're having really bad insomnia, Potato Cat, in general, you should not try to fight your insomnia. That if trying to just fight your insomnia head on by just going to bed is how you just make it like a lot worse. If you're sleepy, you should get sleep though. You should get sleep. You should get sleep, dear. Well, sometimes you just have alternating productive days, right? Sometimes you just kind of have alternating productivity days. That happens, pal. And yeah, Theo, I like my green significantly more blue than this, but I think for the purposes of rendering the green text that you wanted, I think this is basically perfect. Your apartment is a disaster. Burn it down and start over. Set up but untested. That is correct, Theo. That is correct. Honestly, I could probably do one of the most important things on that, like, tonight. Which is establishing prices. Oh hell yeah, yeah. Ring of Birds is a friend. Some people do have real copies of my calligraphy, from like conventions and from meeting me in other places. So. Not super many. Some people do already. That's true. Gut Geneg Genau. Gut Geneg Genau. That's how I'd pronounce it. So I can say that, I suppose. I assume it doesn't mean anything. When I say something incredibly... that's something incredibly offensive. Am I going to get cancelled in Germany? I don't know the album Spiderland by Slint. I've run into Slint a few times, but I don't. I'm not sure I can remember anything about them right now off the top of my head. I've been listening to, like, lately, I've mostly been listening to synthwave lately, which is not super experimental. Showcases a laziness of the mind. I'm just listening to, like, fun pop music. Oh, I would probably like it then. I would probably like that. I do like post-rock quite a lot. I am a big post-rock enjoyer. Well-known post-rock enjoyer. What comes after rock? Post-rock. What comes after post-rock? The future. What comes after gravel? Gravel's pretty good. Gravel's a pretty good answer. And what comes after gravel? Sand, of course. Oh, get some water, get some water. Yes, please keep hydrated. This is my favorite of my inks, by the way. Holy shit, I love this one. In terms of color. Minecraft backgrounds factory game plus tree. That is crazy. That's crazy. I think one of those real signs that I am a substantially less autistic than average VTuber is that there's, like, no game that, like, actually holds my attention that insanely strong. Like, durably. Like, I'll occasionally get nerd sniped by a game, but then I stop playing it after a couple weeks. All about the grind and making money. Oh my goodness. I wonder how often people have pointed out that the Sigma grind set is just being a huge fucking loser. Sorry, I shouldn't swear. We should. They're... very embarrassing. What is it, a mod pack for Minecraft? Is that what that is? It is a Minecraft mod pack. Okay, yes. Trains. Yes, so true. So true. Second here. I'm just grabbing some other ink colors. Down. Okay. Usonia. Nice. Okay, Theo, that's very funny. That's very funny. Well, and also Sharkray, I mean, like, the function, the main claim being made by the Sigma grindset guys is not that you should do more, but that the only things that you should want are the accumulation of stereotypically, fashionable assets, like experiences and emotions and intangibles are not worthwhile. It's silly. It's silly. It's very silly. It's like instead of like having a good life, I am just going to make money is basically the core of it. That's the Sigma grind set is very worth making fun of. Hold on. There we go. There we go. There we go. You'd like to have a conversation. You'll get better. You'll get better. Water. Yes, water. Water. Seems like some of the files... Yeah, there's a couple of files that seem to be kind of busted. I don't think it's really a problem. I just kind of ignore them. I should figure out which of those files are the ones that are busted. Oh my goodness, string of birds. Oh my goodness. How to drink water? With your mouth. And Shark Ray, it's, I'll show you how to do it. It's pretty easy, though. It's, basically, there's a function called save object. So you take all the minis that you want and you put them in, you put them in a bag or in a box, and then you save the bag or the box. Or the box. And then you have to, then you load it when you spawn in that as a save from the saved object menu. When you're in the game map. Hello, Itsy Bitsy Bones. Did I do anything fun for Pride Month? No, I did not. Unless you count, like, hanging out with my gay cousins for non-Pride-related reasons. I think that the maximum of my Pride festivities was occasionally saying Happy Pride after I made a bad joke. Ooh! That's kind of an interesting maneuver. Also nervous to try going to anything. Yeah, I just kind of hate traveling. And I do a lot of it, so it just kind of makes me cranky. Kirill, the last traveling that I did like as a road trip. And I am a frequent Spirit Airlines flyer. All right. Northern Ontario. It's like a closer Europe. I still think often about, like, posting memes about France to my Quebecois friends, and they're just like, the Frenchmen have no humor. They have no soul. Oh, I'm so low on Amairo. I'm so low on Amairo. Holy moly. Somebody asked about Amairo and I have like none left. Like nothing. I have like nothing left. Never been to Canada. I've been to Canada a few times. I've been to Canada a couple times. No like real tourism there, just like it was useful for me to get to other places in the United States. Alright, a little bit shallower. So I haven't been doing a ton of insular of late. As an American, I've been taught that Canada is America's hat. Yes, that is how I understand it. That is how I understand Canada. I remember looking at the list of, like, world economies, and Canada's, like, number 7. Like, it's, like, one of the top 10 largest world economies. And I'm like, this fucks with my head. Like, it feels wrong that my hat has, like, a larger economy than almost any European country. How does Y work in this language, in this script? There we go. It's like this. Oh, it wasn't Canada's hog popping out of the fly. I mean, I'm not going to object to... The only objection to that, really, Orc Florist, is that it's like... I think people don't like thinking about, like, the lower part of a person's body as being, like, the real part. That's really kind of to the extent there's an actual objection. Is it the usual ways that people want to think about what is the more important part, biases towards them towards thinking of the brain. It's an insult to wieners, I know, right? Homophobic, I would even say. On this pride. Einers are good. Is that a math thing like eigenvectors? Yeah, eigenvectors. It's honestly kind of funny that, like, as I've had more discussions in my VTubing career, I've actually become, like, even more of a math guy. Like, I'm even more hardline, like, no, math is beautiful and amazing, people should appreciate it more. Like, the other day, Mix was like, oh, like, I just get so annoyed when you are just like, I just want to talk about the math in this game. I don't want to talk about, like, the aesthetics or, like, the visual design. You want to talk about, like, the math and the underlying mechanics. And I was just like, this just means that I haven't explained enough about the math. Like, this just means, like, I haven't gone far enough. This means I'm struggling and suffering as a maths communicator. Not that, like, the math is wrong. It's me who has failed the math. I'm not even that good at math. Like, it's like, I don't know, it's always the part that, like, kind of kills me. It's like, it's so beautiful. I'm not actually any good at it. Oh, this is interesting. I never actually had these two inks on the same page together before. Thank you, just hanging out for the 4 months. That's so kind of you. That's so kind of you. That's so kind of you. Oh, I immediately went to the wrong font while I was writing this. Just completely auto-piloted out of actually working on the font that I was trying to show off. At least I didn't miss the best letter. This is the best letter in this script. And hello, Soft Cosmos. Hello, Soft Cosmos. I'm actually pretty low on this one as well. I'm very low on both of my blues. I am going to add those to Throne literally right now. I'll turn this off and let you appreciate the colors. There you go. So my greens up top, my purples in the middle, my blues at the bottom. I'm literally going to go over to Throne. Throne. Why does Throne not remember my password? This is weird. It's like very specifically Throne. On green chartreuse. Like the color? Oh, really? Evil Sleep, have a good night. Have a good night. Please enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. Sleep well. Enjoy yourself and sleep well. It's not my favorite color. Chartreuse as a color. I think it's got applications and use cases. Oh! I genuinely cannot recall the last time I had a... Well, okay, I can't add to Throne right now. I cannot recall the last time I had the Looker. I can't remember it at all. Battle of Teutoburg Forest. Oh yeah, that's the thing they say about crowdfunding is like you can't refund all the crowdfunded ones. Yeah, that's a warning that they give you. That's a warning that they give you on that one. Battle of Teutoburg Forest. Battle of Teutoburg Forest is kind of interesting. Its legacy in the cultural memory of Germany is quite negative, I think, on the on like the effects of Germany and the German people and how they have developed as a nation. I think it has made Germany worse off. The cultural memory of it. The actual course of the battle is something that's a little bit hard to evaluate. On account of the fact that like it's so far in the past, right? It's so far in the past. Okay, I can't... Throne is being very strange. I'm going to have to deal with this later. I'm, in fact, going to write that down as a to-do item right while I'm live on the air. Something is wrong with Throne. Okay. Okay, doke. Okay, doke. You have to keep it going anyway. But yeah, I guess that's kind of my main thoughts on the Battle of Teutoburg Forest. It's hard to evaluate as an actual battle, like the course of it and the events of it, because it happened, like the testimony around it is so scattered and fragmented. The medium-term effects of it are, of course, highly interesting, and it's hard to evaluate, like, are they good or bad, right? Are those effects good or bad? And I think that that's sometimes kind of not really worth trying to evaluate when we're talking about, like was it morally good or bad for, like, a country to win a war when we're talking about pre-modern states, that I find kind of hard to describe as having, like, moral superiority one versus the other, because they're so morally alien to us in both ways. Like, it's not like the Romans were, like, good guys who were doing things for good reasons, but it's not like German independence was good for the people who lived in, you know, for the people who were, for the Germans. Right? Like, those are quite different questions. So... But I feel like I can evaluate its effect on, like, the 19th century and 20th centuries, and it's the way that Teutoburg Forest exists in the German cultural memory in the 19th and 20th centuries is bad. So, there, I guess that's... Is that enough? Is that a satisfying enough answer? Alright. And I'm gonna... I feel properly warmed up. I'm gonna try something here. Yeah, that should be close enough. Yep. Blue ink all over myself. Okay, let's get some of that off of my fingers. Doing some folding. Some folding. With an eye towards eventually cutting, but we are folding first. Folding first. So I don't know if people were thinking much about this, but Mel Brooks turned 100. And I don't know that I have an obvious favorite, like, oh, Akshi, welcome in, Akshi, welcome in, El Rand Iariel. Welcome in. Give me a second here. Hello, Refkomos. Hello, Akshi. Hello, Space. I'm sorry. No, hello. Hello, Autumn Punk. Akshi. How was Darktide? How was Darkside? How were you doing, Install Wizard? Akshi is the Install Wizard. Akshi is our Install Wizard. Oh, your EPL round? Have a good night then. Your Dan public transit sickness? I am sorry, my friend. I am sorry. I am sorry. And hello, Sparkly Anarchy. Hello. I suspected you were about. I suspected. Okay, that's not good enough. That is not good enough. Except the Nurgle in the hopes of getting some Nurgly powers. What if instead of Nurgly powers... Actually, I have no idea. I don't have a follow-on for that. My assumption is that, like... I don't know. My I don't really know how this is supposed to work thematically in Warhammer, right? Because thematically in Glorantha, right, like Chaos grants you powers, but those powers are only predicated on the, like, fundamental unraveling of reality, and so, like, that power can be taken away shockingly easily, right? It's not that the chaotic powers don't, like, uphold their end of the bargain, it's that, like, the nature of the bargain that they're doing is intrinsically flimsy. It is in fact built on flimsiness. I don't really know how it works in 40k. And let's... Well, is being decaying is just kind of ugly. Pretty much just all Faustian bargains. Yeah, I always feel like there's... Every time I learn about 40k, there's just less than I expected. And hello, Galaxy Wolfstar. Hello, hello, dear. Because you just got Minecraft. The crafts are mining you. Good luck with the Mindcraft. Good luck with the Mindcraft. You threw up? Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, Ring of Bears. I'm sorry, dear. I mean, probably better than it just staying in your stomach, but I'm very sorry to hear that. I am very, very sorry to hear that. Ring of Birds got quite drunk, and it's partially with our encouragement, because we are bad influences here. Akshi, would you say your color is blue? Blue and pink. Okay. Okay. I don't have a good pinking, so it'll be blue. It was too much. It was too much. It was too much. It was too much. I am sorry. I am sorry. Should probably not have a fourth old-fashioned. Alright. Let's get over here. I haven't gotten so drunk that I've thrown up in a while. And there are definitely places that are worse to be in drunkenness than throwing up drunk. Okay, I'm really regretting not using that last ad break. My legs are stiff. I ran today. Normally that's really good for me, keeping my legs nice and limber. There we go. Oh. And I was looking for Asagal. Asagal. And Akshi is a fortunately pretty short name. Mostly fortunate, it means I don't have to put a lot of pain and suffering into getting the distances correct. Brief moment of fear that I'd misspelled Akshi. All right. I might actually run the ads early because my legs are killing me. My legs are killing me. I really need to get up and stretch and use the bathroom. So I think I'm going to do that. I will be back in a few minutes. Enjoy the fan art gallery. Enjoy the fan art gallery. We're just gonna be a couple minutes early on the ad break. It was coming anyway. I will see you all soon. I'll see you all soon. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. I will confess that standing up there made me have some concerns about my ability to finish this stream in the way that I intended. Because holy crap, standing upright felt amazing. Just, it should not feel that good. It should not feel that good to stand upright. That just doesn't seem right to me. Hello, Sabork. Hello, Sabork. I'm saying my back is very stiff. Hello, Rexy Raibo, and thank you for the watch streak. Thank you for the watch streak. Thank you very much for the watch streak. I wonder if there's something else I should, have a good night, have a good night. I'm wondering if there's some other thing I should do for, like, after I do my, these medium-term objectives. Ooh, that would be lovely, Akshi. That would be lovely. That'd be lovely. That would be lovely. I mean, lovely for me, but hopefully also lovely for you. Oh, Noir. Noir. Let me give you a shout out in a second. Noir. How was Final Fantasy XIV, my dear? How was Final Fantasy XIV? How were you doing, my dear? How was it? How was it? How was it? I only caught you when you were, like, sitting in town waiting for people to show up. I am okay, Noir. I am okay, Noir. I am... My back is fighting me pretty harsh right now. I am doing some calligraphy. There's a couple people who have birthdays that I owe messages to. I've got 3 written down right now. BB, Miano, and Galaxy Wolfstar. Now, am I completely crazy here? Because I kind of thought that, like, progging was, like, the point of, like, doing raiding in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, that was, like, the end goal. Was to prog, was to push progression. Right, but isn't, like, clearing just a statement that you've finished, that you've completed progression? Yeah, Galaxy Wolf Stars, it was your birthday, so I'm going to write you a little birthday message. Yes, hydrate is very much. Then what is the goal? Right? Then well, I mean, I mostly guess I was kind of thinking about it in terms of like, you know, like my goal playing Warframe is to, you know, experience the movement system, right? Like that's the goal in Warframe, right? You know, the goal in Payday is to have fun doing heists. I guess I'm thinking about the other way around, right? It's like getting a clear is like the indicator that you have progged, right? Like progging is the actual process of doing the goal, and then like a clear is the measurement of success. Okay. O is not capitalized. There's your name. It's my favorite. It's my favorite of my inks right now. It is. This and the Cross Purple are my two favorite inks that I have right now. And this one might win out. I like this ink a lot. Murasaki Shikibu. I really like this ink. I really like this ink. Obviously, Raiders. I didn't say my spiel at all for either of the two raids. Wow, I am out of it. My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, current VTuber, and old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy, as you can see here. I also like to paint models and play city builders. If you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. And for my own folks, RG Noir is one of my best friends, and you see her probably on the stream with some frequency. She is not an unfamiliar sight around these parts. She is not an unfamiliar sight around these parts. She is a lovely lady. She is a much better gamer than I am. She is much more of a gamer than I am. And so, if you want to watch somebody who actually knows how to play a video game at any decent level, Noir's the one to watch, not me. Don't, you know. I don't know. I think my city building skills are not that bad. City building games are not that bad, but, you know. She actually knows how to play, like, an action game at a decent level. Which is what I think most people think of as real video games. I am doing fake video gaming. They are doing real video gaming. Also, this is a good reminder that... Nope, never mind. Oh wait, no, hold on. There we go. I raided you. I was in that raid, so. May as well take credit for it, right? I do another back rack. Speaking of. Oh, hell yes! Hell yes, Noir! Hell yes! I love Payday 2 so much. Because they're doing engine updates. I am flabbergasted. They are actually doing engine updates to the game. I don't know when those are going to go live, but... Are they going live tomorrow? Ah, okay. Because part of the engine update that they're talking about is 6-player lobbies. I may join you for some of that. This week is a real mess for me. Like, I have a good excuse this week to not do a single stream. To give a sense of, like, how messy my week is. But I would love to join for a bit. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. The only other streamer that I know that plays Payday that I'm friends with is Eldra Echo. Oh, yeah, no, it's my second most played game of all time, Nor. I have 1,300 hours. Of Payday 2. I was very skeptical about Payday 3 from the moment of announcement. Payday 3 was always going to have the really big problem of competing with Payday 2 means competing with Payday 2's entire, like, backlog of content. Like, that's always, like, a very difficult obstacle to try to compete with, and none of the things that they said in development made it sound like they had, like, a real compelling vision for why Payday 3 was going to be meaningfully better than Payday 2. Payday 2 was always kind of a, like, lightning strike situation. Like, it was always kind of a situation where the things that made Payday 2 so compelling and functional were extremely non-obvious to the people who actually worked on it. I'm gonna move the camera a little bit further down. It was never obvious to the people who were working on it, like, why they had captured anything. Like, they just genuinely did not know what they had done. And so it was always going to be a huge problem and an obstacle for them to actually make a compelling game out of that. Out of a just like, we want to make a game that's going to run a little bit better, but also we want to, like, rein in and reset the power scaling and like it showed it didn't come from a place of like real enthusiasm. And in general, I don't tend to get hype about sequels to games that I like. I was fairly hype about Helldivers 2, which is extremely justified. And I was really hype about Armored Core 6, which was extremely unjustified. But unless it's from like a game developer, I've kind of decided unless like I can name like a specific member of the dev team that I am excited about, like Christine Love, or Meredith Grant, I'm gonna withhold my excitement. Toby Fox, right? I'm always hyped about a Toby Fox release. I think the more appropriate thing to call me is a negative Nancy. Maybe even a hater. You are so tired. Well, please, you don't have. You can raid and run. You are welcome to raid and run. I'm grateful you shared your community with me, and I'm always glad to see you, my dear. But I don't want to hold you past your bedtime. How about... What do you mean, Galaxy Wolf Star? I'm sorry, I must have like I'm misparsing. What's hot? I mean, the weather's hot. It's awful. I'm glad that I'm a nocturnal underground beast. Really avoiding the worst of it. Let's get a little more in there. Trying to figure out who's crying here. Cozy Goal. Sociological. I don't know this sociological. There we go. There we go. There we go. It's Galaxy Wolf Star. Gotta stretch out my back a little bit more. Oh my god. Oh my god. Whoa. Let me make sure this is actually nice and sealed. Don't want to spill this one. I like Fuyugaki. It's the ink I have the most of out of all of my inks, but I still don't want to lose it. That feels like a different problem. Alright, you know what? You know what? You know what, chat? Ugh. I have not gotten enough movement today. I did get to run a 5K, but like, I need to get some more. The chair rolled away from me. Okay, deficit push-ups. Okay, feet are up. Push-up time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ah. Oh my god, I needed that. Oh. Ah. Alright, alright. Sleepy streamer today. Sleepy streamer today. Oh. Hmm. Ah. Oh, okay. Oh. Mm. Oh. Pull it down and pull it up and down. Very good A. And there. Strange how, like, minor the level of comfort can be for this kind of activity. Pastly commit iron-rich stones. You should make dinner. Yes, please do make dinner. Please do make dinner. Please do make dinner. Please do your dinner. Your dinnerly duties. Dinify yourself. Get hit a little bit more. Huh. Force the world to simulate in a location you're not present at. That seems... I don't know. I don't play Minecraft, so that just sounds silly to me. I don't know. And there's from Mr. Manser, one of my best friends. Oh, well, you're offline. I see. Let me give a quick tote. Also, you're supposed to be making your dinner. You're supposed to be making your dinner. Neonomancer, he was my good friend. Well, sometimes I have week-long crafting jobs. I see. Is that a little... I've played V Rising. I played V Rising, and in V Rising, you'll often have, like, multi-day long crafting cycles, and the idea is that, like, the server, you do it on somebody else's server, and they, like, keep it running, right? You do it on, like, a public server or whatever, it just runs constantly. And then if you play outside of... If you play like solo, you put on like time dilation. You put on you put on like very extreme time dilation. Hello Mimi. Let me do those push-ups. I'm very grateful. I need the push-ups. This man needs the push-ups. Just cracking my thumbs a little bit first. Ha. Alright. Oh. Feet in position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ha! Ha! Ah. It's going okay. It is going okay, Miss Mimi. It is going okay. My back really doesn't like me doing this tonight. My back is very, very unhappy with the calligraphy. So I'm contemplating switching over to something that's not hand cam, so I can sit upright. I mean, yeah, I can touch my toes. I can touch my toes, maybe. It's... I think I just had a very stiff weekend, and so when like the thing that the reason why I'm saying this is because during the 2-hour break, when I stood up, it was like one of the best feelings I've ever had in my entire life. Just like standing upright after 2 hours of being crouched over my calligraphy. So I was like, okay, I clearly, my body is telling me that it doesn't like this. Oh yeah, I crack my back all the time, Galaxy Wolfstar. Ugh. Ugh. Hold on, taking a look around here. Something. Okay. Okay. And but yeah, I'm contemplating what else I might do with my stream time, because I don't want to, like, just end stream at, like, the 3-hour mark. I'm wondering if this might be the stream to do some, like, blog post editing. Right, I've done, like, a little bit of editing on stream before, but this might be the one. This might be a good one to do it. Noki a la vodka. Yeah, that happens a lot, Theo. I haven't made my own puttanesca in a while. I love making... I love puttanesca. It's my favorite pasta sauce, and I used to home make it pretty frequently. Slow cook it for like a couple of days. I recommend that people get into puttanesca and to making their own sauces. Like, it's particularly making like a marinara is just like, you can just do that. Like, I'm not even disrespecting jar marinara. It's just like, you dice up some onions, you chop up some garlic, fry them for a little bit, add some tomatoes, some canned tomatoes, cook them for a while, add your oregano, your basil. You're good. I mean, I failed as well. But I don't know, I mean, I just feel like failure isn't like a good reason to stop doing something. I would say that, like, even at this point in my model painting, I would consider my model painting to largely be failures. I would say I've failed more than I've succeeded with miniatures. Hello, Matthew. Hello, Matthew. I hope the niece is cute. I hope the niece is enjoying me. Also, I hope that she's over 18. If she is watching me. If she's not over 18, she shouldn't be able to, she shouldn't listen. I don't know if it really matters if she can see any of this, but yeah. Well, and I mean, this is the thing about art, Matthew, right? I mean, you know this. I don't really need to, like, explain this to you, but I may as well, like, say my philosophy on this. This is the thing about art, is that whether or not you succeed or fail is something that you've kind of set by your own terms. And, like, I'm not really worried about passing tournament standards. For my models. Especially because, like, literally the majority of my models aren't even for a game. Right? I will say, like, Theo, in terms of the consistency for a marinara, usually the problem is, I'm guessing that, like, the tomato was, like, too chunky and not, like, creamy enough. Like, you want it to be more of, like a paste. And there's two kind of ways to deal with that I would consider pretty easy to work with. The first option is to cook it for longer, right? That's kind of what I like to do. I just like to cook it for longer, which is probably not a great idea because it does make it ultimately kind of more expensive. Because, like, eventually the fuel cost starts to matter. Like, eventually the fuel cost starts to, like, actually come up in a meaningful way. But if you are, the other option, which is almost certainly the better option, is just tomato paste. Just a couple of like, in addition to, like, jarred crushed tomatoes, have some cans of tomato paste. That's the other method. That's the other method. I will say I kind of like my tomato sauces really chunky. So, I'm not really that bothered by the consistency being, like, considerably chunkier. But yeah, no, for it, and to Galaxy, hold on, to Theo. Theo's the one who asked about this. It depends on the game. It depends on the game. Tournaments of Infinity, people fairly frequently bring completely unpainted models to, but for Warhammer, I thought it was 3 colors. I thought it was minimum 3 colors. Or maybe it was like 2 colors and like black and white don't count or something like that. But also, you know. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable with big chunks of tomato in my sauces. So if you don't like big chunks of tomato at all in your sauces, just use tomato paste from the start. Interesting. Yeah, I like to. I'm happy with having really chunky tomato sauces. Let's get in here. I have not watched Project Hail Mary. I'm very... I take a very long time to get around to watching films. The only film that's currently out that I'm really excited about is I Love Boosters. And I've heard it's pretty bad. So that's funny. Lol. Owned for me. Alright. And... Ooh, what's the pitch for Gamma Wolves? What's the mechanical gimmick here? What have you got for me? What is Gamma Wolves about? What is the deal mechanically speaking? Okay, let me just do a little bit of housekeeping on my back end here for a second, just crossing off some items off of my to-do list. But yes, I'm curious. What is our gimmick? What am I looking at? This is Kujaku. There's Takesume. There's Asakawa. Yeah, use any of your mechs in Gunpla, right? Sure. Sure. Sure, I'm familiar with the miniatures agnostic game, but what's the What's the idea here? What is the goal? What is it for? What do you do with them? What do you do with them? Oh. Oh. You can see. But I am going to take a look at my drive. And see if there are any blog posts that I think I would have fun editing right now that I'm feeling excited about revisiting. Ooh. Ooh. Hold on a second. Okay, I've got a couple of maybes here. I have a couple of maybes here. Simplified Battletech. Okay. No, I had my hand in front of my mouth. Is what happened there. I forgot about how tracking works, and so I put my hand in front of my mouth while I was thinking. Yes, I do, Mimi. This was earlier tonight. You can see 3 styles on here. There are 2 more past this that I like, that I have like any experience with, which are foundational and italics. I do kind of also know how to do Fraktur, but I don't do it very often. And every single time I've done Rotunda, I have to look it up and like relearn it anew every single time. For some reason, Rotunda just doesn't stick in my head. But I end up doing Gothic by far the most because it's the one that people want to see by far the most, and it's also the hardest. And therefore requires the most practice, right? That's why I end up doing Gothic so much. That's why I end up doing Gothic so freaking much. Gothic is not necessarily the most exciting to me, personally speaking, but it is the, Oh, hold on, let me close a bunch of stuff over here. There we go, and... I think that's it. I'm looking through like blog posts that I was thinking about writing, and I've written like a couple hundred words on each. And they're all kind of half cooked, right? They're all kind of half cooked. I think that people might appreciate seeing some of these just because they are like kind of half cooked, and you can see like what a writing is like when I am just kind of half cooking it. But yeah, Gothic, like I've said, Gothic is definitely the most challenging script for me. But I'm gonna kind of change over to a different style of reading and writing right now. Oh, we're about to go into ads. We're going into ads right now, so we'll be back. We'll be back. We'll be back. We'll be back. Oh, right. I'm back. I'm back. I am back. I am back. So this, what I am looking at here, right, is a couple of, yeah, 466 words. Yeah, I am looking at a couple of, like, drafts for, like, start points, not even full drafts, I would say, for blog posts, because I had wanted to, circa last year, I had wanted to start doing some text blogs to create a little bit of perennial content for me, and to do a little bit of perennial content and to have some things spelled out that I could refer to without having to, like, restate my thoughts over and over again on certain topics. And so I started writing some blog posts, and I occasionally revisit it. I've never actually finished it because I haven't ever made a decision about where I would host and how I would host them. Let alone, like, a house style or anything like that. And then that kind of stopped me, right? That kind of, like, stopped me. That kind of stopped me. So let's talk about one of the ones I think is a little bit on the more interesting side. Pretty incomplete as these things go. But probably on the more interesting side. This is also a good reminder that I have the wrong schedule. Wrong schedule again. There we go. That's the right schedule. So, let's take a look at this. Paratext is an interesting concept that has only expanded in scope and import in the digital era. As a term, it refers to elements of a work that are outside of the work but nonetheless considered a part of the work. The packaging that a book came in, including properties of its printing, cover art, etc., is the most narrow, but it's generally understood that the term encompasses advertising, reviews, discourse, fanfiction, things of this nature. I do not know, personally, quite where we are to place the multiplayer aspect of games in this, particularly the other players. A lot of the functionality of paratext as a concept is to, 1, encompass elements of the work that are not in fact preserved by keeping a copy on the shelf in the library, and 2, discuss the ways that the experience of the work can be influenced by artistic decision made by people completely outside of, and often after, the completed creation of the work. Multiplayer games, the oldest kind of games that we are aware of, have always had this issue. And in fact, even if we know all the rules to the royal game of or medieval chess, the boards and rules do not include the social norms of appropriate play and the context of their respective metagames. Footnote. I think frequently of a story I heard from medievalists that medieval chess had etiquette rules around throwing, where intentional throws and misplays were their own expected element of gameplay, and that playing to win as hard as possible was seen as rude and even poor play, which is intuitive. If you go up against your 10-year-old nephew who barely knows the rules, it's far more important to give them a chance to understand what's happening than to win at all costs. End footnote. In more modern contexts, this is complicated by the fact that, while multiplayer necessary design is ancient, multiplayer necessary designs that require hundreds or thousands of people is pretty rare without the internet. In theory, some future historian could play a copy of World of Warcraft by themselves on their own private server in their study and learn quite a lot about WoW, but ultimately not that much. Anyway, that's all a bit aside to something that's a little bit more interesting. Friend swap. Friend swap games, think Lethal Company or Peak or RV There Yet, are not strictly multiplayer dependent in the way that chess or beer pong or Counter-Strike are. There is a solo mode, and that solo mode mostly functions. But it is very much designed to be played multiplayer, and not just played multiplayer, but played multiplayer in front of an audience. That a game would have an element of mugging to the audience is not there. That's why I stopped writing this particular piece, because this was basically just like one prefabricated rant that I had floating around in my head. And let's talk about this from an editing perspective. Obviously incomplete. I would estimate that this is probably a 1300 to 2000 word piece. That would be my crude estimate for what its intended and deliberate length is. That's you know, it's so let's see, 1,300, 2,000 words somewhere in there, right? Because I haven't even addressed the primary arguments that that I was interested in making, which I've largely forgotten because it's like 7 months old. This is a bad word. I'm gonna be blunt here. So let's do a little bit of editing, so you can just see a little bit of how I think about editing and how I approach editing. This is a bad lead. I don't like this lead overall, to be honest. It's not the worst lead I've ever written. I've definitely written worse leads. I've published worse ones, but I still don't like it. So there's this option, right? And then there is let's just cut out a whole bunch of stuff. But that's silly. That's silly. That's fine. That's better, right? That's better. All I did was delete like 20 words there, and I think it's already stronger. Paratext refers to elements of work that are outside of the work, but nonetheless considered part of the work. I think it's a bad definition, but I think I'm gonna roll with it. I kind of like it. It's it has a bit of a literary flair to it that a more functional definition would not, and I think I'm willing to sacrifice a little bit of clarity in surface to poetry here. Narrowest. There. Big improvement right there. There we go. Already a big improvement right there. But general use encompasses advertising, reviews, discourse, fan fiction, things of this nature. I am good with this. I'm overusing encompass here. Discuss. No. This is a miserable sentence right here, right? This sucks. So here's what we're looking at, right? Like this is an example of where I get like antsy. So let's how many words is this? How many words is this? This is 12 words. This is 12 words, and what are meaningful words here? What are meaning words here? Well, functionality, paratext. Terrible ratio. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Horrible ratio. 1/6 of this clause is doing work, and the other 5/6 of this clause are adding nothing, right? Like this is what I mean by like I'm like a ruthless. This is what I mean. I've talked about this a couple times on here. That I am not. I am easily displeased by wasting time. High school essay shit. Yeah. I mean, if you go to a good high school, they will teach you how to write good. I'm not gonna lie. Like, having worked with some very serious, like, very skilled professional writers who are probably above where I should even be allowed to work with them, given my own relative prestige, you'd be shocked at how good high school writing teaching is. Like it's there we go. There we go. It's massively better. Hello, Tough. Hello, Tough. Yep. How are you doing tonight? To the people using it in discussion, right? To us, you are correct to question this, but I don't think that needs to be spelled out. I think that can be left implicit. That we care about it here. I can kill this sentence entirely. Yeah. There we go. Hello, Scaldy. Hello, Scaldy. I don't love this, to be honest. I have like a very academics aversion to using personal pronouns. I do use them in my writing, but like in terms of people's like acceptance of using the personal pronoun in writing, I am like one step below actual academics on the matter. By the way, actual grammar mistake here. Actual grammar mistake here, and an embarrassing one for me. You don't need to use a conjunction after a semicolon. That's in fact a lot of the virtue of using semicolon. No. It could be a colon. It could be a colon. Colon would not break any rules, but it was intended as a semicolon, and it works perfectly fine there. Colon might be better. I'm thinking about it. I like semicolons a lot. I'm contemplating it. But semicolon is perfectly cromulent here. I'll rethink that. Okay, so Scaldy, this is a fairly simple grammar lesson here. So a colon is something where there are ways of separating two clauses. With a colon, what you are doing is that the main way you're using a colon, that is to say, is that the following clause is a list that is implied by the preceding clause, or the following clause is a elaboration of the preceding clause, right? Those are kind of the two main things. The use of a semicolon is semicolon basically equals comma and most of the time. And this is for clauses. X and Y here are clauses. They are not items in a list. Don't use it for items in a list. That will make you look psychotic. People have no idea what the hell you're doing. But it's meant to be like somewhere between somewhat like a period. It's not a full stop. The concepts are more connected than if you use a full stop, but they are more disconnected than just using a comma. So when a person has a lengthy pause in their speech to imply that they have completed a thought, but they have follow-on thoughts, that is an appropriate time to use a semicolon. That was kind of a bad use. Yeah, don't do that, Scaldy. I know you're messing with me, but don't do that. Don't do that. That's gonna make you. People are going to think you're drunk. They're going to think that you are drunk. I love semicolons. They are my favorite. But it's funny. Okay, you do get that. See? See, right there. Hello, Blue. Hello, Blue. How are you doing, dear? How are you doing, dear? I don't like this. Oh, I am Blue. I am so cooked. I am so cooked. I have every intention of going for a run on Thursday. Hello, Music Drummer. Hello, Music Drummer. Thank you for the 6 months. Thank you for the 6 months of Prime. Your support is so valuable. That makes such a big difference. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It will maybe keep me from dying of heat stroke on Thursday. Maybe. We'll find out. How it is going, is that this was a calligraphy stream. I guess I should change the title of it. I was doing some calligraphy. Yeah, writing stays, right? The category stays. I was doing some calligraphy, but my back was just like my back threw a revolution against me. My back threw a revolt against me. So I am doing something that doesn't require me crouching over a piece of paper. Yeah, my back was extraordinarily cranky with me, so I'm trying to do something that's a little bit easier on my back, which is writing, right? Which is regular ass writing. And these are some I'm looking at a couple of blog posts that I had planned and never completed. In case people are not able to tell, I might even want to put this as a footnote right here. Oh, it was unbothered by friend swapped. It was unbothered by that one. I don't think it even questioned me. Okay, let's actually do some actual writing here, right? Let's do some actual writing here. Hello, Blobby Derp. Hello, Blobby Derp. Hello, Vex and Cat. Hello, Vex. How are you doing, my dear? How are you doing? You were doing a canticle for Leibowitz, weren't you? How was that? How was that? How was that? Yes, a canticle for Leibowitz. Did I pronounce that extraordinarily badly? I thought that's what I said. But I may have pronounced that extremely badly. Fascinating as good to hear. That is really good to hear. Okay, thank you. You find the idiot MC oddly endearing. That's unusual for you. You're usually really frustrated by those types of characters. I've always found this to be an interesting contrast between how you and I have felt about characters in books. I tend to find those types of characters charming and necessary and highly valuable. And you've often just been like, oh my god, I'm so annoyed. So that's pretty interesting to hear. Yeah, meanwhile, my favorite JRPG protagonist is Lloyd from, actually maybe one of my favorite protagonists in, like, any video game is, not my absolute favorite, because that's probably Mara, from, Perfect Tides. Gulliver was Nitwit. I remember Gulliver's Travels just made you uncomfortable. That was my recollection of Gulliver's Travels. Like, no, Lloyd from, Tales of Symphonia. Tales of Symphonia. I liked Lloyd from Tales of Symphonia. I liked him a lot. He's like a less intense Goku. Is how I would describe Lloyd. Yeah, I like Tales of Symphonia quite a bit. I've thought about trying to get like a 4-player run of the game going, but like I just recognized that like actually getting 4 people to commit to playing through it all together is just not gonna happen. That's just not gonna happen with like anybody I know, personally speaking. I don't know this Lloyd Frontera. That one, I don't know what Scaldi is referencing. Oh! Okay. 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 I did just finish 2 comics in pretty short order. I finished Makein, which I thought was mediocre. And I finished How Do We Relationship, which was quite good. Quite good. Not amazing, but quite good. I mean, that's a really good sign for me. I love to have some horrifying facial expressions. I'm gonna go see if I can. All right. I've grabbed a link to it. I will read it later. I'll have to read it later. Okay. Here we go. Read the best metaphor. What was that metaphor? You always adopt the problems of others, you'll poorly parent your own. Wise words. Wise words, Vex. I think that is something to keep in mind, right? That's quite clever. I think that is useful advice. I think that's useful advice. Blew your mind this morning? Yeah. Well, that might mean that it's especially germane, right? That might mean it's exceptionally germane to you. That might be exceptionally germane and useful to you. Ugh. You called yourself out. I am just encouraging you. I'm just affirming you here. Good gravy. Why not? Anger is like drinking poison, expecting other person to die. Any philosophy book recs? Okay, I will say that, like, it's a bit of a question about, like, what philosophical issue are you troubled by? What is the philosophical issue you're troubled by? The first one I would recommend, just because I think it's a fun book, is the Zhuangzi. I do recommend the Zhuangzi. The Zhuangzi is really fun. Useful? Meh. But very fun. But very, very fun. In terms of, like, a useful philosophy book, I tend to like Wittgenstein's Philosophical Investigations. I've quite liked Wittgenstein over the years. I've gotten quite a bit of use out of him. I think I'm becoming less Wittgensteinian as I am aging. Actually, wait, no. It's not as I am aging. It is... I mean, I am aging, but that's not the actual force happening here. It is, that I am getting... I'm getting... It's VTubing. VTubing is making me less... less Wittgensteinian. So... And I like, Nietzsche's thoughts out of season. I am not as big of a fan of later Nietzsche, but early Nietzsche I think is pretty fun. What are some other ones that I kind of like? I actually like the Mengzi. I'm not like that into Confucianism, but I do like the Mengzi. It's worth, like, I guess you just want to take it with a grain of salt that, like, the Confucians are, like, by any sort of contemporary standard, the Confucians are turbo-reactionary. Like, by the standards of the era that they're writing in, they're, like, progressive reformists, but, like, by the standards of any, like, 20th century power, they're barely to the left of the Nazis. But still interesting to kind of see it as a system for trying to constrain just, like, an endless, bottomless vortex of bloodshed. That, like trying to arrest, like, just infinite violent escalation as the normal behavior of your society is what the Confucian mission is, and has its successes, but it is also still, like I said, incredibly reactionary in almost every other way, right? So I don't know if that means anything to you. And of the Confucians, I think, of the Confucian works, I think Mengzi is probably the most readable. At least the one that I enjoyed the most recently. I kind of like both Mengzi and Xunzi more than Confucius as, like, a introductory text. If that makes any sense. Does that answer your question enough? I have no idea if that answers your question. Okay, hold on. We are 534 in this, Honzo paradoxes. Hello, Bones. Hello, Itsy Bitsy Bones. I'm just writing down what Vex asked for. I'll get to that in a second, Vex. I'll get to that in a second. I'm writing things down for you. Let me do that, and then then you'll get your push-ups. No comma stress. I forget what else I said. Well, like I said, it depends a lot on what the question you're trying to face is. Stoicism. I always forget what Hume's thing is titled. I always have to look this up. I feel very silly. Philosophical Inquiries, maybe? Is that what it's called? literally going to Google to double check myself. God, that's such a long title. Although actually probably you might want to do Treatise of Human Nature. Treatise of Human Nature. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now I do push-ups. Now I do push-ups. Now I do push-ups. I'll spell there. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Thank you, Vex. Thank you, Vex. Oh. So I actually kind of hate this, what I've written here. 500 words just to get through, like, terms and conditions. This is terrible. Alright. Okay, so here's an actual paragraph that has some meaning to it. There's some actual meat here. It has taken us 600 words for me to say something actually remotely interesting. This is the reason why you never see first drafts from me, baby. I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna actually gonna. There we go. It's because we created Fiber board. The Fiber board. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I haven't read it in a long time. What did he say there? What did he say there? Like, it's a phrase that I use. I use the phrase, like, what we owe to each other a lot, but I don't think I have a firm grounding in Scanlan's approach to it. So that's kind of where I land, is that I feel like I'm an ignoramus. And I would be honest, Blue, you just saw me bang out 200 words while I was streaming and, like, talking to people and, like, doing push-ups. Like, it's... We were under 400 words when he started this, right? So, like, 250 words probably added. And... the issue here, right, this is kind of above what I'm drawing here, is that getting the words down on getting any words down on paper, I don't find to be particularly challenging. Editing them into a form that I think is pleasing and beautiful is hard. I tend to think of just raw writing as easy and editing as hard, if that makes any sense. Yeah, and it does depend a lot on what you're willing to accept, right? I am kind of famously an asshole. I use the phrase asshole a lot to describe myself, and it's not usually something that I feel actually all that bad about. In this case, I just mean that I am demanding. I am fairly demanding on this front. So, we're unlikely to get anywhere near the end of this. This is the closest I've got to an actual insight here. Then I need to spell out my evidence, right? This is like actually kind of our introduction. This is just like, most of this is just crap. I'll probably not delete this earlier stuff, the first 2 pages, because I will probably use it I'll probably pull it in as later explanations in a secondary section, but now we get to actual arguments here. Just centered is good. Just centered is good. Low skill ceiling, I think, is critical. Low skill ceiling, I think, is critical. There's a relationship with downtime. That's what I'm kind of thinking about. That's like the part that I'm kind of struggling to articulate. Okay, slow pacing is the first one I'm gonna do with. The slow pacing is the easiest to explain. So we're gonna start from the easiest to least complicated, right? Common journalistic technique, right? You start from the easiest and work to your hardest. Not from your most. You either start from your most important and work to your least important. That's the normal journalistic way. But the other common type of non-fictional argumentative writing is to start from most simple and work to most complicated. And so I think that the simple to complicated is the preferred order for this particular one. Because I'm kind of arguing a pretty abstract point, right? And just familiarizing people with with the concepts I'm trying to argue around. I am going to take this 3-minute ad break. I will just be doing stretches, to be honest. I shouldn't be very long. Oh, right. All right, all right. Uh... Ah. Okay. And this is a place where I have given myself a problem. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Already fixed it. Already fixed it. Hello, Wea Biscuit. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. How are you doing, my dear? Really? Really? I feel like Friendslop has been a Friendslop's been a I thought that was a pretty established term. I thought I was late to the party. I thought I was the one late to the party. Because of Mecha Chameleon. Interesting. Interesting. Able to display personality. I'm just going to say display personality. Originally pejorative has not remained pejorative. And I am certainly not using it pejoratively. I have talked to people who use it pejoratively, and frankly, they came across as weird to me. I am using it neutral. I'm using it neutral. Yeah, yep. No, I've been thinking about this one for a minute. Oh, yeah, I like that discussion. Yeah. I can see that. Yep. I mean, honestly, the truth of the matter, Blue, is that in general, I am not going to have a meaningful... I'm not going to really respect a discussion very much where there are words that are being used as straightforward pejoratives that aren't just, like, evil. Right? Like, that's... I hate that crap. I hate that crap. If a word is going to be used analytically, I'm going to use it. If a word is worth using analytically, it's worth using neutrally. So yes, you are correct, Weebiscuit. The golf game is not golf with your friends, but whatever that other golf game is. That's very much a friend slop game. Lethal Company is like the canon one. Lethal Company and Repo are like the defining ones, and then there's like a lesser extent to which like Among Us is one. Like Among Us is the one that really kicks it off. That's the one that like really gets us started on this. Steel and Rabbit? No, it's called Rabbit and Steel, not SNR. Not Steel and Rabbit, it's Rabbit and Steel. Arguably. There are virtues to it, right? Ellie, this is the thing, like, Friend slop is a broad enough category that, like, people will refer to a lot of things as friend slop that are not really designed for that. I feel like it's kind of critical that the game dominates as a multiplayer streaming like collab as a streaming collab experience more so than like anything else, which is this is the reason why I hate like using a term primarily as a pejorative. Is it's like, oh yeah, this stuff's just gonna suck, right? Optimizations made to encourage collaboration between streamers and the audience. Ease of follow. Ease of understanding. I am writing out a blog post. I'm spelling out a blog post I did about friend slop, about friend slop games and like why I find them kind of compelling. Even if I don't actually enjoy playing them, I find like what they are doing in the streamer economy to be quite interesting. I am genuinely kind of into like what they do for us and to us. So that's what I'm working on right now. That's what I'm working on right now. How are you doing, Keith? How are you doing, Keith? How are you doing? Started reading Lies of Locke-Lamora. I thought Lies of Locke-Lamora was pretty fun. I thought that was a pretty fun book. I don't know if you read it on my suggestion or not, because I forget when I last said it. I don't know Wea Biscuit, because I don't know Escape Room Simulator. So, I don't know. Sounds like it should be. Sounds like it should be. I might want to define friend slop. Let's give myself a note. Peak is a very canonical example. I have nothing to say about Arc Raiders in this context, but Repo and Peak do have PvP enabled, and that feels critical. Hello, Nate. Hello, Nate. How are you doing, Nate? How are you doing, Nate? Art of Komos, no. Absolutely, I would not say. So, all right. Please have a good night, Nui Biscuit. Sorry, I'm being a little bit cranky here. But no, because it's not just that there is friendly fire; it's that people actively sabotage each other. It's the ability to actively sabotage each other. Friendly fire is such a more narrow concept than being able to sabotage each other totally broadly. Yes, Vovern, you do. Yeah, I feel like friendly fire is quite narrow. And it's not just enabled in general, it's that it works at a certain level. Like friendly fire is enabled, and therefore PvP is very much an option in Helldivers, but in Helldivers you just lose the game if you do more than a minimal amount of it. Whereas like in like Repo and Lethal Company, it's like a very fun and important part of it. And Keith, to your point, I feel like Amogus is the game that is the one that people tend to point as like the real start point. Even Lethal Company is like the apotheosis. Lethal Company is like is the one that really demanded a term be developed, but Amogus really had kind of everything already. Amogus was already pretty recognizable. Brazilian Miku has beat OG Miku. Thank you for the update. The joke I saw about that was the country with the most Japanese people is fighting the country with the second most Japanese people inside the country with the third most Japanese people. I thought that was a pretty funny way to look at it. Yeah. And apparently that game was in Houston. I just like the idea of playing a soccer game in Houston in June is just disgusting. I don't even think like people. I think they should like evacuate Houston for all of June, and July, and August. Maybe the other 9 months of the year too, but certainly for those three. I was like, Keith, that sounds like you're having a stroke. That was incoherent. I'm guessing you had one sentence and then you thought about a different sentence. Yeah, something like that. Just like change what you were thinking about in the middle of the sentence. That happens. But like, that is incomprehensible. Uh, oh, huh. You've got me worried. I don't use my phone for text very much. So, oh, hello, USS Hornets. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. How are you doing, Hornet? But yeah, I don't use my phone for like typing or writing very much. I frankly kind of resent using my phone. I've talked about this a few times. My phone is for Strava and VLC. Those are the real programs on my phone. Strava, VLC, book reader in a distant third place. Those are really kind of what I use my phone for. A pretty large percentage of the time when I get a text message from somebody on my phone, I will literally walk to them. It's like fairly frequently like a roommate or like a friend of mine who lives within like 2 blocks of me, and I'll just like literally like not even type a response. I'll like walk up to them and be like, "Hey." Phone calls and more often, about as often as texting. About as often as texting. But yeah, I don't think very hard about my phone keyboard because I just resent it so much. But yeah, I'm something of the ultimate introvert nightmare. I am the most evil kind of extrovert. Forget answering a text message with a phone call. Answering a text message with physically walking up to your house and knocking on the door. Yep. I own it. I own it. I will not apologize. I will not apologize for this. Someone, I don't appear like well, I guess I appear like Batman, but like several hours to days later. Several hours, days later. Knock on their bedroom door. Knock on my roommate's bedroom door is a pretty common response I get to being texted. Really? Actually, I'm going to change this from PvP to high interactivity. I'm going to change from PvP to high interactivity. That's a better way to phrase this. I do worry that I'm just too amateurish on the topic of game design and game critique for this to be like a particularly like good avenue for me to even explore. I'm still gonna write it because at least if I get like, if somebody like slams the hell out of me on it, I've at least gotten something. I've at least learned something, right? Right? Somebody's like, hey, why haven't you read like this essay? I'm like, oh, cool. It's because I'm an amateur. Like, those games were like never my main art form until I like got into VTubing. So like that's, you know, a change has happened. Oh, interesting. It didn't like friend swap this time. Whatever, I'll leave that. That's funny. It hasn't given me trouble before. I guess Gemini's causing it to decompose, like live in front of my eyes. Just it being non-deterministic. I know, right? You made a non-determinist... oh my goodness, I'm actually gonna scroll up. Okay, so they have... I spelled encourage wrong. Whatever. Yeah, that's the correct decision. That is the correct decision. We're doing alright, Sakura. We're doing alright, Sakura. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. We are doing some regular-ass writing because my back was killing me. Because my back was killing me. I couldn't keep up calligraphy because my back was like, nah. It was very like, nah, we need you to do something else here. So I'm doing something I can do with my back a little bit straighter. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is a fan art that Inari made of me. Inari drew me as a put me on an omu rice with the ketchup omu rice thing of me. I'll put away the writing for a second. Hello, Archibald. Hello, Archibald. Hello, Archibald. It's me. It's me and ketchup. I don't know if I've ever had proper omu rice, and obviously I never will. You know, so that's that happens. Falco. Yeah, I've been going over to Linux for a while, and that's like definitely a motivation there. That's definitely like a motivation there. It's just like you're not gonna give me I'm not gonna have to put up with Copilot. Not gonna have to put up with Copilot. That's gonna be nice, right? Oh. Yeah, yeah. Weird market, right? Weird market. I got so mad when it was added to Notepad. I was like, I am using Notepad specifically because it doesn't even have spell check. Like, that is the actual virtue of Notepad to me, is that Notepad is dumb as a rock, and like a rock, I can do what I want with it. Like, I don't want to deal with any of the rest of this crap. This is... You have made an enemy for life. I definitely don't, Theo. You're correct. You expectations met. Expectations achieved. Yes, it is. It is, Sakura. Oh yeah, Arcomos. It's pretty annoying. Oh. The other thing that keeps me using Notepad is that Notepad is the one that it like gives you actual, it has just a live updated character count, and that's useful for making tweet threads. I'm sure it's not the easiest way to make tweet threads, but I do like it for that purpose. Oh, that's because that's all that LLMs do. That's all LLMs do, is that they generate text. So, like... Yeah, it's asinine. There's not a lot of... I don't have a lot of good or interesting things to say about this topic. Like, if I was in a different mindset, I'd be happy to talk about, like, the business side of it. But... I tend to write in Notepad pretty frequently. Part of me is tempted to go back to just writing on pen and paper. I don't like writing in Google Doc because I lose internet connection all the damn time. So, like, having my unstable internet connection get in the way of my writing is just super annoying. And here I am writing in Google Docs, right? Maybe not. Maybe I'll stop doing this, right? Keith, I have so many pens. I am a pen freak. My preferred pen is actually Pirate Metropolitan. Okay. I've broken one Metro, but I've got one other Metro that's still good. To be honest, my favorite pen is actually not my Metro, but I don't use it. My favorite pen is my Faber-Castell and Tomaten, and I just don't actually use it very often. Because it's medium nib mostly. It's medium nibbed, and it's like, it feels too nice for me to use on a regular basis, whereas the Metropolitan's like, you know, pretty cheap. But I hit a wall right now. I hit a wall. No, Grammarly does actually, Sakura. Grammarly does. It's antagonized a lot of writers. I don't know if they took those things out. But, it definitely does have those. It definitely does have those. But okay, I just hit a goddamn wall. I just hit a wall. I don't want to write anymore. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. My off stream this week is really complicated. So I don't know if there's going to be any like super big streams this week. What I can tell you is that tomorrow's going to be Timberborn. And Thursday's going to be painting. And then Friday, we're going to be doing some Infinity stuff on the Discord, because I am trying to force trad games to happen. I am trying to force wargaming to happen. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Hello. But yeah, I hit a wall just in the last 10 minutes. It's silly for me to try to keep forcing things to happen when I'm done. But yes, we're gonna be painting, and then I do have those new the Infinity Propaganda will continue. The Infinity Propaganda will continue. Yeah. No, I thought it was actually fairly decent turnout. I don't know if that'll continue if I actually make people play the damn game. Yeah. It's mostly about the yap. Speaking of the Discord, there be the Discord. That be the Discord. Please go to the Discord. Please go to the Discord. That is where you can find me on a regular basis. I'd say I'm pretty active. I think there are definitely some streamers who are more active on their respective Discords, but I'm pretty active. It's a pretty relaxed place. I mostly want people to just post art and memes. Mostly art. There are my socials. Goodreads is 2 updates behind, but I have been updating it again recently. Twitter exists. The YouTube is catching up. The YouTube is basically a VOD archive, and it is catching up. It is catching up to us. So that is a good sign. Let me just make sure I'm in the right tab. Let me take a look here. I had an idea of who to raid, but oh, I have no idea if it's still a nest of bugs or not. It feels buggy to me. But it's also not buggy enough to really bother me. I have a pretty high tolerance for bugs. As a person who is a long-standing, really, really strident fan of, wow, of Stalker? There we go, that's what I was looking for. Of Stalker, you're just not gonna convince me that that's like a bad thing. Like, no, Stalker rules. Alright, let's take a look here. I've got a couple of people here that I could raid that I've, like, never raided before. This is kind of tempting to raid some people who I've almost never raided before. Hello, Jamie. Hello, Jamie. Hello, Jamie. I'm just making a decision here. I'm just struggling to make a decision here. When was the last... I've rated that person relatively recently, actually. I thought I hadn't rated that person forever, but it was actually pretty recent. Have I never... Hold on a second here. Wow, I haven't rated this person in over a year. Okay. We're going over to civils. I have not rated civil in over a year. Let's make sure I spelled that name right. Yeah, I did it right. Civil's delight. Civil's a delight. She's doing a demo night. Scaldy, Saturdays are completely cooked for me. Absolutely not. Absolutely nothing happens. If I do anything streamer related on a Saturday, I don't know what's happened. That's like somebody has died. Saturdays are by far my least game available days in the entire week. All right. Have a good night, everybody. I will see you around later.